What's goody? Let's fucking go. Round 2, bro.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Here we go again, bro. Round attempt number 2 to stream the case 4 of the Great Ace Attorney adventures, bro. Coolest, I know. My what happened was my router for some reason disconnected from the internet, so I had to like reboot it and everything. So we good now. But look at Coolest called me. He's like, "Hey, bro, you're doing this to me on purpose." I'm like, "Damn, no, I'm not, bro. It's Spectrum, bro, or it's my router, bro. Spectrum don't want me to finish this, bro. They trash, bro." You playing with me, bro? Hey, bro, no, I am not, sir. Let me go over to the live scene, bro. Everything good? Hey, we finally back. Why are my messages not popping up on the screen? That's gonna fuck with me, bro. Chat. Oh, the widget. Really? The widget's fucking up? Oh my god, bro. I think I can fix that real quick. Twitch, yeah. Dun 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 dun. All right. Widgets, chat box, copy. Yeah. Hold on. Usually on my streams it shows everybody's Twitch messages, but right now it's not popping up for some reason. Coolest, can you type something, bro? See if something else pops up. Oh, I don't even know how those work. Yeah, mine's not working right now. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, alright. I'll just figure that out some other day, bro. I guess, bro, that they're like, "Hey, bro, fuck you, bro." I'll figure that out another day, bro. That's not important right now. What's important is that case 4, bro. Case 4. We coming through. I guess I gotta repeat everything I said last time. So basically where we left off last time was in the middle of a case. You know how it is sometimes, bro. Almost streamed for 6 hours. I'm like, fuck, bro. And I wasn't even really gonna stream today, but what ended up happening was I woke up thinking about the case, bro. Like, man, bro, that case is so good, bro. Why is it not launching? Oh my god. Bro, they just don't want me to play, bro. They really don't want me to play. I'm launching the game. What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. What is happening? Why am I not launching the game? I can't even launch Steam. No, OBS seems fine. My game is just not launching. Is Steam even up? Huh. Yeah, Steam's not even loading for me. Oh my god. Really? You really doing this to me right now, bro? Try to force close Steam. Is Steam even running right now? Bro, my router going down fucked everything up. I don't even think Steam's running right now. Oh. Could be here. Web helper. And anything I see of Steam, bro, I'm just ending right now. Oh my god. Maybe it was not meant to be, bro. They're like, hey, bro, don't do this to me, bro. I'm trying, bro. Let's see. There we go. Connecting. Finally, damn. Jesus. Bro, what is going on? Preparing to launch. Okay. That's why. Because Steam wasn't running. It was weird. Like, Steam was running, but not running at the same time. Whatever, bro. Alright, we got this. Let's get it. Oh, by the way, William's not here, bro, so I'm not gonna honor his stretches, bro. Fuck him, bro. Yeah, I gotta force close Steam a lot. That's weird, bro. After my stream, I'm gonna have to probably like fix some stuff about it. Fuck Wii U M Gaming, bro. Fuck him, bro.
Hey, I thought you knew. I thought you knew. I thought you knew. Don't gotta blame me. I thought you knew.
Dun, dun. Shout out to the 4 viewers, bro. We coming through. Oh, as I was saying, yeah, bro. So we ended the stream off mid trial. So we're gonna get right back into it, bro. What happened was our client was accused of stabbing a woman. She didn't die. She's in a coma in the hospital. But now I believe we're talking to 2 witnesses that saw what happened. One of them is a police officer. We saw some racist bitch. I don't know. A bunch of things happened, bro. Yeah, cross-examination of the jurors. Yeah, that happened. Yeah. All right. The summation examination. Yeah. All right. Let me get right into character, bro. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations before the court. Oh shit. Damn, look at his helmet, bro. It's all fucked up and shit. Constable Rolly beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. Damn, bro, he fucking this man just keeps sleeping, bro. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name, and I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we have not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, I mean, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired, bro. Oh, shout out to the Me6 bot for posting yet again, bro. He tired my ass. He lit, bro. He's just fucked up, bro. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beats is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge about some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, and survey the streets. Collect the meters are reading true. Check that reading meters are reading true.
Prez about to throw hands at me 6. Oh, what's up, Ataki? How you doing, bro?
And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago, bro. Just like... But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. When he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber, bro. Shoutouts to the 5 viewers. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's gonna be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir. Dun, 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 dun. Damn, bro, he's just like... This man tired, bro. Or he's lit, or he's both, bro. That is also a possibility. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsumi at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you establish in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact. Perhaps that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing, and on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know, but I still manage to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby seems very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend. The witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsumi. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Clue says it's my off day. It's been a long week, bro. Not bad, bro. Clue, this man right here, bro, he's just like tired and shit. Like, Etaki said that's good. I've been grinding the OT all this week. Oh shit, I'm still working. That's me, bro. I'm just like, oh fuck. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding.
Oh, my bad.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for me.
Okay. So this is all stuff we already read. Two silhouettes. Hold it. Two silhouettes.
That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
Is he saying hold it in Japanese? Yeah. Mata? Yeah. That means hold it in Japanese.
That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsumi. Mata.
Yes, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Damn! Did his back crack, bro? Like...
Huh? What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is straight ahead, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Oh, this man falling asleep, bro. Like, he's like, yeah, and I saw the... like, this man collapsing, bro.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, fucking bitches, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. As I'm as sure as my love for whoever the fuck this is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsumi, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moment that followed? All of a sudden.
Okay, class on the floor. Okay. Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't make out what it was at the time, but then we got closer and we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Damn, bro! Our OT comes and goes a little.
What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see.
I see. So, old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit has dropped a number of them and are all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
Alright. That rotten Japanese... Bro, it is... Alright, I was about to say it's 11, bro. It is noon, and there is a lot of racism right now, bro. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Racist as fuck. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question. Sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? Like, damn, bro. Shout out to the 6 viewers. That's right, he looked down at that poor, defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books on the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind you that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir! Then he collapses again. Nearby police box. Okay. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am racist, and the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Oof. What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course. I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box where the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? That's number 6, bro. His back is ruined forever. Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely okay. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Damn, bro, what is she doing, bro? he's like being jerked around and shit. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yeah. And what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those who have to live within, of course.
Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yeah, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Alright, that's 7. What? Ah, yes. It was the accused, and no mistake. How would the guy kill someone with fog and he's a foreigner? True. I don't know. He wouldn't have been able to see. Oh, yeah, exactly. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it? That's the entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony... Oh, shit! That dude dead. Oh, what's up, Jay? Oh, hey, bro, I forgot to do something real quick, bro. Hold on. Let me shout people out real quick. Go check out Clueless the best, bro. He the best streamer ever, bro. Way better than me, bro. And check out Jay, bro. He gonna be streaming later today, bro. Oh, never mind, it didn't go through, bro. My bad, bro. Let me try again, bro. There we go, bro. Oh shit, I shouted Jay out twice, bro. No matter, bro. That's why you should go follow him, bro, cause that bitch went through, bro. Chilling with my family. Hey, you gonna be streaming later today, Jay? Don't make me a liar, bro. I already said everybody you gonna be streaming, bro. You better be streaming. Sir, we are family. Damn. Jay said, damn. I really wasn't going to. Damn. Nah, bro, nah. But Jay did recently stream, bro, on Wednesday. Go check that stream out. Go check out. He been streaming lately. Go check out his streams, bro. He plays a lot of different games. He plays Apex. He plays single player games. You know how it is. It really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Saw what they say they saw. Yeah, bro, it's gonna be crazy because I got my little cousin, but yeah. Hey, it is what it is, bro. Mr. Natsumi running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. I'm streaming on my schedule, bro. Alright. Your schedule is Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday, right? Yeah. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does that leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no. Then what do we do? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, I thought you knew.
I thought you knew.
I thought you knew.
Where is William, bro? I saw. Oh, hold. I thought you knew. Oh, I didn't do this earlier because my stream crashed, bro. But shoutouts to Jay, Fire Blast, Julio, Clueless, Dank, and William for liking in between the stream. Appreciate y'all. Mata. If Kazuma-sama were here, he would be much better than you. What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsumi is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Julio, bro. Julio! I still remember that, bro. I can't believe they did him like that, bro. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh. Why do I always seem to be up against it? No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Oh yeah, this game is sexist, bro. This maybe not the game, bro. The time period was sexist and racist, bro. Oh, what's good, Ricky? And racist, bro. Got you with the hydrate. Oh, thank you, Ataki, for liking between the stream. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever... Oh, thank you, Close, for shouting out Ricky, bro. Ricky is a god. It hates the poor too, bro. Oh, facts, bro. So the class system was definitely well defined back then too, bro. Ricky, a god, bro. That's crazy. I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? Damn. That's 8 times, bro. Huh? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, really. I much prefer you in uniform. I'm not everyone. I'm Jay, sir. Shut the fuck up, Jay. Also, that's not correct, Jay. You're Triforce, Jay. Or as according to some people, bro, you're Trace J, bro. You're Tracy J, bro. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Trace J, bro. Tracy J, bro. Oh, thank you, Hustle, for liking in between the stream. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, bro.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest. I have to spend the whole day on my feet. On my feet, I should say. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I am the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. What's up? Just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bubby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. They are trying to get our client guilty though, if a little over the top perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Yeah, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... What? Huh? She's using her husband's limp body to like throw hands and shit, bro? Or what the fuck? It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. I mean, it's not really that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? I mean... And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like... Throw hands with that dude? What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could, every single one. And you dare question how reliable my testimony is? Damn, she got angered. Police be lying? I mean, you're not wrong, bro. I feel like it's more the wife than him, bro. He's just like, bro, look at him. He's just like, he's just, bro, he does not know where he is right now, bro.
That will do, Mrs. B.
No, it won't do at all. I need to fuck people up. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Bitch, calm down. You're married to a police officer, bro. Chill the fuck out. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, bitch, you're being racist. You are insulting us, bro. What the fuck? Don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I didn't mean to cause offense. I mean, I secretly did. Please, put your husband's fist down. Put his hands down.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. B. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? This man. He has no idea where he's at, bro. I could even tell you the names of the... Okay. Wait, the 4 books? Wait a minute, but there's only 3 on the receipt. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. Damn, bro. Imagine being so tired, bro. You literally sleeping in the snow mid-winter, bro. Like... Wow, what the... Bro, this man should be dead, bro. You fucking passed out in the snow, bro? Bro. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Bro.
Well, Mrs. B, seeing as you've regaled the court with your tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are all of you listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and What's It Yearnings. Okay. This bitch. And there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingy-a-me's something. You see? Wow. Yeah, I see that there are one or two holes in your memory. Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it, you bitch. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? That's 9 times. Oh, this man! Oh! What are you doing, bro? This man showing his gun in court, bro? What the what the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Anyone who upsets my bro, put him in jail. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have to answer to me too. What, you'll shoot him? What, you'll shoot them, bro? Air that bitch out. Nah, he fell back asleep, bro. Terrifying. Yeah, she really is. Alright. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think? Okay. I already read this part. Okay, so I think the contradiction is that she's saying the names of 4 books, but our receipt here only shows 3. So I'm present this. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right. I remember all of them. Okay. And thinking, yeah. I'm sorry, Mrs. B. I'm sorry, Mr. B. There's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? That's right. Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. Learn to count, bitch. What? My dick is hard. Oh my god, it is really so hard. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yeah, and it details Mitsu Natsumi's purchases that day. Oh shit. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Exactly. Only 3, but no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. I'll fight your husband. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if he's a cop, bro. What's up? There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Nah, bitch. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them. No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied. And though you say it was a defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no. Oh no. No! It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah, shit. So you've striven to avert attention from that dint of inconsequential discrepancies by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? What do you mean to say? Bro. He fucking threw his fucking drink, bro. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. Wow. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. Order! There, you see? Look at that. Look. God damn it. Yeah. It's just like I said. Isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir! Patricia's always right, sir! Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Lecoq, bro? What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabarel, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Oh, what's up, D motherfucking Rail, bro? What's up, D-Rail? How are you, bro? Everybody go check out D-Rail's music, bro. It's fire, bro. I've been listening to his new album, bro. Coolest beat me to it, bro. Shoutouts to Coolest, bro. Yeah, bro. Also go check out his streams, bro. This man streams pretty much every day, to be honest. He streams all kinds of games, like I said, multiple times. He plays like Mario Party, Mario Kart, you know, a lot of like newer games that come out here and there. He plays visual novels. He plays all kinds of games, bro. Go check him out. Yes, sir! Flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. B mentioned 4. Thanks for the shouty, guys. I'm chilling. Got some work done earlier. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print.
I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. Also, it's her book. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the courts, please. My pleasure, my lord. Sorry, I just got done watching RDC World 1. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record.
I love this theme.
The prosecution rests.
Let me see those. Okay. So she was holding that book, the fourth book. Oh, the Lion's Pride. It's been burned.
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? I think this probably comes from that the Garrideb residence, because they had a fire there, and they did mention that some of their books got burned. So this might be one of their books.
I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we've said is true.
That's 10 times.
Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat, marry me, Pat. Aren't you all married anyway?
So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty?
Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus.
Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of these witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I am afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, it could very well make matters worse.
Think, Mironosuke, think. What do you do now?
I think I should raise an objection, because if I just wait and see, they're probably gonna be like, hey bro, why didn't you raise an objection? And it's probably a game over. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna raise an objection. I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. Sorry, I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons lately. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but
I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. Damn, bro, chill. Capcom about to be canceled, bro. What the fuck? What are they doing? For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity. Women speaking their mind? How dare you? For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Hey! Let's go, Ryu. Ryunosuke, bro. According to IGN, bro, it's Ryan Suke, bro. Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam.
Ah, fuck you, Zeeks. Go ahead, Susato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Where's William? I heard he's a 5'3" wee bitch. Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence, might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. I understand. And thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
The book. Correct. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's home. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of our court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You want to identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yeah, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. which means you may very well be on the right track. Yeah, I think you might be right.
So, Counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Right here. Kokurai. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? Why would we? Oh, good gracious, what the fuck? It's been burnt to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Oh shit, what's up, Lily? How you doing? Thanks for coming through. Unnatural. Oh, thank you, Clueless, for shouting out Lily. Appreciate you. Thank you. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh, were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. It's such a warm welcome. Happy to see you streaming again. Yeah, I have been streaming a lot lately. It's just like... Well, The Greatest Attorney just came out, like on Tuesday. So I've been streaming this game like all the time. But thanks for coming through, Lily. I appreciate it. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tomb has suffered?
The shop who sold it, its owner, its content. I would say its owner. Because it's not the victims. It's that couple that we talked to earlier. It's theirs. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Garadeb. Good googly moogly. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today, yep, that's the wife, is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Nah, you his wife, bro. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Oh my god. Bitch, you know. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Good googly moogly, as Triforce J says. Your actions are unforgivable. Nah, bitch. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel?
Fire, my lord. Right to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you see. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. Yeah, that was the book. Damn, look at his face, bro. He's like, fuck. The Lion's Pride.
By Jove! The very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh, dear me. This is risible. All you told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Oh yeah, they were fighting, bro. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Damn, bro, the house was on fire and she was still trying to fuck this dude up. How awful. I can't even imagine. That's 11, by the way. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. And as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen.
The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? What the fuck? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted at the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Ah!
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel?
I mean, what do you think I'm doing? Bro, you think I'm fucking around, bro?
Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Who's this? Oh shit, the wife.
Well, I hope that everyone can see what you are, you little foreign trickster.
She racist too, bro?
You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, and not any of it. Now all you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you, that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense.
Damn, bro, you see that dude on the right? He like instantly dodged it, bro.
I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too.
I do declare you're right. I'm racist as fuck.
It's true. She is racist.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry? What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks?
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Damn! The legs, bro? If books are your predilection, my learned friend, learn them on your own time. What, no forgive the discourtesy this time?
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual reasons regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Again, bro? Wow. Again, bro.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Miss Susato,
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
you're not suggesting...
Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Come on, George, you got this, bro. To be continued. All right, everybody, that's the end of the stream, bro. Oh shit, another cliffhanger, bro. Bro, George, I'm gonna swing on you. Nah, we're gonna keep going. I've only been streaming. Damn, bro, so it's been an hour already? An hour and 20 minutes? Jesus Christ, bro. I'm like, this game like just takes hours away from me, bro. For real, bro. It's just that good.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure.
This makes me want to play it, honestly. It's a great game, bro.
So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman.
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Judicial findings. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Oh my god.
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover... Damn, bro, that's like 4 this trial. No one else was even at the scene to commit the murder. No one else, I should say.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? How would that even constitute a tangible? What would even constitute? Bro, can I fucking read, bro? Damn. What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Jesus Christ. Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
Read, bro, you can do it. No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yeah, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke. Focus your mind now. Ooh, the double hit, bro. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say Mrs. Garadeb?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the 2. If there was a fire, they would open the window to get the smoke out. Yeah, exactly. And that's what we have to find, using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Interesting. Interesting. That dude's still trying not to fall asleep in the background. The defense's rebuttal. You said question number 3?
Mata!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see.
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. It wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Okay. So I have to find a different one. How about number 4? But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. Really? There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. That dude again, bro, he's like fucking dodging and shit. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yeah. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garadeb. Never you mind that. The point is that we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it wasn't anything whatsoever. I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right. Well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garadeb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Or maybe his wife fights him on a daily basis. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future's at stake here. She was cheating with the 5? Oh, shit. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reddies with some Reedies? If I don't bring home some Reedies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. Damn! You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, you know, it's funny. I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Usato. There must be a way to jog his memory about this. Okay. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home while... Oh, this is... Okay, I think he's gonna talk about opening the window, bro. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Oh, what's up, Jerry? Thanks for coming through, bro. Could you tell us more about the fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday.
It had 75 candles? On the top it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Oh, was it some kind of devil worship? Oh, what's up, Jerry? Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. No way back then someone living to 75. Exactly, bro. Like, come on, bro. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. Wow. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from the fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flame.
Oh my god. Bro.
And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows, huh?
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. They put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsumi, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as he or she could have done it.
Yeah, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments and to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yeah, I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Or I'll see. Okay. 3 and 6.
That's the spirit.
Well, I would, but he doesn't talk anything about. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Winter houses fires at the open windows to smoke. Yep.
I didn't realize he said that. You and you. What's up, bitch? These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me.
What's that?
What is objection in Japanese? Igiriai. Oh, I forgot. I didn't read it.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Hey, I like that.
Juror number 3, DC. Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from the fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household, and Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my hat. Oh, you got something to say? Chotto! Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb. She's pissed.
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
But what is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. I'm new to this game and just realized, why is the protagonist holding a blade? Because, bro. Didn't you know that that's what they did back then?
Hey, I thought you knew.
I thought you knew.
I thought you knew. Don't try to play me. I thought you knew.
I thought you knew. That's his friend's sword. And he comes from Japan. And, you know, obviously back then they're like, hey, bro, I got swords, bro. Because he's a boss, bro. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course. I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. You simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement. So she's saying that the window was open. Okay. I guess I'll ask him for more information. Although I doubt I'm going to be able to change his mind. But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point that the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said? That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. Huh. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. Okay, so he's locked down. What about her? So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
Who's also racist? I haven't forgotten. That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place?
What? What does that mean? Like, you just forget about the news? I mean, that's on you, really.
You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty.
Jesus Christ.
Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too. If only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted the rational there. I don't like number 2 already. She's racist as fuck. Facts, bro. So, this was kind of difficult. So, should I connect? You just might already do this.
must be some way to jog his memory about this. Did I talk to her? Okay, I don't think I said this one. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett told us that he'd been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on. So I hurled it straight at him. Now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I could, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less...
Okay, there we go. What do you remember? What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I remember what it was. The memory I blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. How old is she, by the way? 38? I don't know. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrett or maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Damn.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home from work and put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I can hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. Jesus Christ, she threw a knife at you, bro?
No words, just terror.
I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. No, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Oh, no, I wasn't thinking that at all.
Throwing household objects at people, that is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping me with it. I had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. Since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, and a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really.
I'm so happy for you.
If you want to know what I think. I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. Oh shit. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Window. What if I do this? These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps 2 and 5? Oh, yeah. That this could be such a novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back? What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book my dick is hard could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling that this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Galah, I don't know what that means. As the foreman of this jury, I want to demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What is it? It's gotta be this knife. I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was... Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb.
What? What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. Not really though, bro. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good Lord, counsel. What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man.
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling everything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh. Even my Mrs. hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Answer the question. It's her knife, bro. Damn, she collapsed, bro.
My lord.
Oh, my lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam, but you were still racist, so fuck you.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming.
You never see it coming.
But I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman.
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
We did it. My dick is so fucking hard. Oh my god, it's so fucking hard. 'Cause of this song. It's so good. It's so fire. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
Let's go.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, the number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue.
Now then,
Lord Van Seeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
let me drink some more, bro. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Damn, that's the fifth cup, bro. But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing save for the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Seeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household, it runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance between from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, 15 yards.
Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And yet, and as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Damn, you talking shit about Sherlock Holmes, bro? There's nothing I can say to that. But that prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Susato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Of course. She's a big fucking fan of of those stories. Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy. But what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrett, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror?
I mean, kinda have to at this point.
Hold on. Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Damn. He's just like, nah, bro. I don't need that bottle, bro.
And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zeeks.
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theories has any truth in it.
What the fuck was that bottle toss?
Then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. That kind of rhymed. Bars. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month. Damn, for a month? I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forth while before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir. Alright, another cross-examination. Alright. Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Alright, bro.
Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Oh, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinged casement window?
And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course. Sorry. What's up, bro? Oh, what's goody, TG? What's up, bro? We in the case right now, bro. We still talking to those two witnesses we were talking to earlier. They still say that our client did it, bro. We're trying to find evidence as to basically trying to connect one incident and another incident together. And I think we're just gonna cross-examine them right now.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo.
How you doing though, TG? You doing alright, bro?
Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Scaredev's room.
Alright, I'll try.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Oh shit. I just got home, left my job today. Oh shit. Oh, you quit today, bro? Sounds like a lot is happening. Basically, we're trying to connect the incident that happened inside this apartment, which there was like a fire, and there was a man and woman who were having a marital dispute, and the wife was throwing like all kinds of stuff in a fit of rage, and one of those items was like a book. This book right here, the fourth book, and we're trying to connect this book and that incident together with this victim being stabbed. And we think she also threw this knife, and somehow this knife got, when the wife threw it, got lodged into the victim's back, and we're trying right now to prove that.
But as it's a top hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents an opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
Okay, and the reason why that's significant, bro, is because this is where that incident was taking place. This is where the victim was stabbed. So we were trying to be like, okay, the incident, the wife was throwing all those objects across the road to this area right here where the victim was stabbed. But because that window only opens that certain way, those items had to have dropped around this area right here. Rolly looks like a toy soldier. He kind of does, actually. You're right.
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road.
I don't know why I spend time recapping, bro, when the game's just gonna do it for me, bro.
That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
Interesting case. That can't be!
Did you see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before. Damn! Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my arguments has been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again. The court awaits your cross-examination.
Let me get back up. There you go. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Alright. What the fuck? This case has nothing. Okay. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, and London Mom is good for his word. You see, sup? The windows on the top floor are the top hinge casements. I don't see any direct contradiction. I might have to press them for more information. Nothing was disturbed. Alright, I'm gonna have to press them. I'm gonna have to press them for more information. Hold it. How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? Can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And this is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sup? Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. None of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yeah, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time. Absolutely, sir. I'll answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yeah? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my personal warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Okay. Constable Beats' warrant card has been entered into the court record. Let me read it, actually. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay. By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open, sir. And therefore anything thrown out of the window from inside that room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Right. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Yes, directly opposite of the scene of the crime, on the other side of a rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why do you have any idea of what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, it's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh, shit. You got something? Do you have something to add, Mrs. B? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's where that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, see? What's up? I was really cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it as well is? Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go that far. We would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all.
Extraordinary people are our Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way. I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have the information officially on the record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. And now it's my turn, I think. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, but with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Yeah, you said you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If I had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. Can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty. So, okay. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on the yard's honor. Sir! Really, that seems a little strange. I beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether irregular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Bride was originally in the Garrett household. So if the question remains, how did it find its way onto the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. That's so. There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as a wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. Going to be weird to see how this man gets mad. And his wife's eyes just changing tone. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. Damn! Again, bro? Fucking tugging on his scarf, bro. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yeah.
Yes, Mrs. Beat. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire.
Watch their personalities just flip-flop, bro. All facts, bro.
Perhaps the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it. I did that evening. I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really.
I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made up arrangements. Oh, wait a minute. Constable B, is there a problem? No, sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening as well. You mean Mrs. B lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes. But my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yeah, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh yeah. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable B looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. B about the bouquet. Mrs. B, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. Van Zeeks is like, alright, bro. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. Where did you drop it? You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was shocked. I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up when we left the scene. The beautiful rose Rolly bought me. With that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose? Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found at the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until this morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh. The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record. Okay. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief, rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. B.
A rose for evidence, bro? I don't know what this rose proves, though. Well, okay, so they mentioned the fact that the rose was found here, where they first found the victim. But the victim was over here, though. So why would the rose be on this side of the street? Would that be the strange thing to present? Okay, it is. You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Damn! Meager? But if that were the case, why did Constable B not testify to that fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No. Because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadev's book. Mr. Garadev's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, right, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadev's house. There's no logical explanation for these things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Oh shit, did he move the body?
Or the victim, because she's not dead.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Twittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garrett's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yeah, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
It has to be Rolly. Because he was the one who was by himself because his wife went to go get another officer. He was by himself. Yeah, I think it's him. Obviously, there's only one person who it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you.
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. B, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
If that was true, Constable B would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. B, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well.
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason that anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. Fuck the police. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide I think where the victim fell, because if we look in his, like, the police book or whatever, here are the rules for being a police officer in London. So, okay, item 1, that doesn't make any sense. No. Next page. Okay, here we go. Item number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item number 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist initial investigations and help detectives. I think he just didn't want to deal with it. That's why he moved the body, so that another officer would deal with this whole incident. I think it's that, bro. I'm gonna say where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we?
Oh! For some reason it didn't pop up. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I think Streamlabs is like not connected at all. Shoutouts to Malgior for following. Thank you so much. For some reason my alerts are not working. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning
to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
right here. It has to be.
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right.
I love the movements they make. That's facts, bro.
I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident and ran to the victim's aid,
That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of what it's looking like, bro.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the far east, on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yeah,
Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously.
which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat?
Oh, well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly, it isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only, it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
Bro, chill the fuck out, bro.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matters thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
My lord,
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. I'm gonna have to screenshot that, bro. Screenshotted. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. He wanted time off. Honestly.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
I think it's the book. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all of this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord. You have Spectrum internet? I do. Fuck Spectrum, bro. It's the only internet with high-speed internet here, bro. They have a monopoly. Please, Elon Musk, save me, bro.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. TG said LMAO. Shoutouts to Richard for liking the stream, bro. Appreciate it. And we're still looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Also, thanks for retweeting the stream. Let's go. Spectrum must be the world ends with you. Spectrum must be the world ends with you. That's fucking hilarious. Imagine, bro. They're like, hey, bro, stop disrespecting the world ends with you. When he's... who is this talking? Oh, it's Van Zeeks. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Constable Beat, is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? You just wanted to spend your anniversary with your wife, bro. Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Oh,
Bro. Atheism, bro?
Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? Why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. And it was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I can't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsham Street and then... Wow. Damn. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And he got tears in his eyes, bro. Oh, Constable. What he did wouldn't have been worth it in real life either. Come on now. Yeah. I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. It's part of the job and it takes an oath for, LOL. Yeah, that's true. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would have been over, would have been ruined. So you decided to move the entire scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman out on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for back. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsumi, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand, when all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean?
Oh, well, sir, that's 'cause that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir, no doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated in the court record. Okay.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene. Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zeeks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
Alright then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir!
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir? You mean to say...
Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over.
Wow. That's probably the nicest thing Van Zeeks has done, bro.
Sir!
Wow.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsumi, is the only person who could have committed this crime.
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true?
Fuck. Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetuated the crime.
I mean, the lady who was throwing all that stuff out the window. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrida.
Me? Oh dearie me!
That request has already been denied.
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrida, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrida. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what's of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down below, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw out not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrett. Oh, shout outs to the Disrespected Club for tweeting the stream out, bro. Appreciate it. And Fireblast, appreciate you. Although Fireblast doesn't come to my streams, bro. Oh, never mind, bro. He's here. What's up, Fireblast? How you doing, bro? Get out. Damn. What's up, FB? Oh, and shoutouts to Chelsea for retweeting the stream out too. Thank you, Chelsea. What's goody? What's goody, bro? Are you working, Fireblast, or do you have work later? The knife. Oh, this knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh. Go hang out with your homie EZ Trash, bro.
Zero, bro? Sir?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything? Everything I picked up and threw at my husband?
Wow. I'm at work when you stream, fam, but since I'm not working, I'm here now. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm not at work. Yeah, you work at night. Drop the host, hermano. Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, my Streamlabs isn't working for some reason. So, like, everything is just not even working now. I appreciate it, though, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you for the host.
And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
Oh, hold on. Let me shout out press. There we go. Go check him out, bro. He be streaming games, bro. He be streaming his polls of Genshin Impact, bro. She's lucky fingerprint tech is not a thing at these times. Oh yeah, a lot of these cases, yeah. If they had the technology of today, bro, a lot of them would have been solved differently, bro.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that?
Are you joking?
What are you trying to say, please, Mrs. Garadem?
FB, you're a mod. He should be doing the shoutouts, not the streamer himself, bro. Fireblast doesn't mod for me, bro. He's like, hey, bro, do it yourself, bro. Crazy how cases were solved in court back then. Yeah?
What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
I mean, you hate to see it, bro.
Oh, the poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. I want hard evidence. If you're going to insist on this being my fault, you're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop.
Do your worst. Oh shit. Well, Mr. Zorch wants to buy. Hey, thanks for. Hey, appreciate you stopping by, bro. Thank you. Catch you later. Yeah, bro. Catch you later, bro. Have a good rest of your day, bro. And ooh, okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
Shout outs to the 11 viewers. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one, bro. TG says, later, fam. Have a good one. Definitely. Well,
Mr. Naruhodo?
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Then take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify?
Oh shit, I missed some lines.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm hoping for too, my lord. Finally, get her on the witness stand. This is such a strange feeling. That's a cool camera angle. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb, and I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid, or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madame?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, is that the husband? Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't even know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather, I think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly noticed it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garradeb.
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir.
Damn, he just showed up.
Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, you see, yes. Quite.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Like it was nothing, bro. Facts.
Sir, at once. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Don't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, he'll have a job of proving it, I think.
Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
No, though. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us with another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you just a knot's whiskers from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about the marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than what they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Van Zeeks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances.
Not yet. Not yet what, bro?
We only have we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. This case is not a wrap, bro. No, not yet. We have this cross-examination.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Although this could also lead to another whole cross-examination, bro. The Battle of Garradeb. Okay. Can't recall the reason now. Okay. Sorry, would you care to elaborate? That was a poor testimony.
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see, pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too, and then there's my leather work.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. We have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snapped them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of a knife and fork.
Now, Joan, we don't want people to think I'm some...
Oh!
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still.
Go on with your testimony, witnesses.
Sir! Alright.
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife,
Unless we can provide proof. Produce proof.
even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsumi is innocent. You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. But there was only some way to know who handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What, you mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. So it does exist, but they don't use it in the Great British courts. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion that this knife found in the victim's pack was originally Mr. and Mrs. Garridep's was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garridep's house. Ugh. If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. That's the extent of the testimony, isn't it? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I think we've all heard this before, to be honest. Can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony. But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. If we could find even one tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything. Yes, it would. So for Soseki-san, for Soseki-san's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Even though the room was on fire? As far as I'm concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. It is most certainly not true of a Susato's takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking that?
So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall, but I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic.
Oh, wait a minute.
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garridem. Don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no.
Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every— Oh, shit! Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. I'd be so sorry, dearie. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened,
Your pipe, sir?
I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge to do that sort of damage. I see. So your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Oh, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder. Yeah, could be important. The defense believes Mr. Garridev's remarks just now to be of great significance. Fuck. The small veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipes, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Okay.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garridev. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Wait a minute, what the fuck is that? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe.
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What is this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Oh, okay. Yep. Yep. Mr. Garridev, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large French book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter in every other word.
You must D very duzzy, bro. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yeah, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just one tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garredup's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Joe, I wonder how that got in there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Ooh. I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
The knife. This is the knife that was found inside the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals use them regularly to leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Nah, bro. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garredup's pipe. Oh, shit. Damn, bro, you got look like you got shot into, like, that was a good point.
Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks.
I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Good golly gosh! Hold on! Is this some kind of Eastern sorcery?
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle?
So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garredup's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Yep. Knocked clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Yep.
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred, just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garredup flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garredup, instead striking the pipe with his hand at the time,
Which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord!
Yeah, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garredup's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife which fell from the window of the Garredup's house is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry? Bottles?
But after all, it is just a theory. A game theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked.
Because you see...
Damn, the leg again, bro?
It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
Insurmountable?
What?
Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yeah, in her...
Damn! That's right, you silly man.
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, that's 6 of those, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Order!
Right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well,
He's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place.
I don't know, though. What really did happen?
It would appear that the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency.
Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Misusuto. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend.
I can already think of the answer.
Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I needed to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying?
Counsel?
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. So does TG, the god.
Goodness! Utter madness!
The victim was holding something.
Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is my armband. No, I'm just kidding.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book? Is that
not Mr. Garadeb's book?
Yeah, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. Oh, it's such a good theme. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Pete made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? I'm finally home. What made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. She was holding the bag. When I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Take that chipmunk cheeks looking ass, Joan. Fucking Firebuzz.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with the knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, Chillin' TG, what's up with you? Why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By Jingo!
I think I begin to see what may have happened here now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yeah, exactly at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. They reached for the book on the pavement, yep.
The book I threw?
Yes, Mrs. Garadeb. What do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I can't really imagine it, I suppose. She might have reached down.
Yeah, exactly. Don't tell me that the book was a fucking bait that caused her to get stabbed. Well, it wasn't bait, it was just accidental. Yeah, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking the book up, yep, the object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Mrs. Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsumi.
Well, I never.
It happened to Mr. Natsumi. It appeared to Mr. Natsumi that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and in the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events. Unfortunate events, bro? That culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case.
Hey, I thought you knew.
I thought you knew.
I thought you knew. Don't gotta blame me. I thought you knew.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb,
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
there, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb.
Garadeb, shut your waning crescent ass. Crescent, get your ass in jail.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility.
I can imagine someone picking up a death note and the book just says you, and then the next thing is you get stabbed in the back.
I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear?
It's alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
Oh shit! Damn, he's struggling. Damn.
Lord Van Zinks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb?
The man's tried. She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Unbeknownst to them, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Joan, you fat fuck, go to jail and take those chipmunk cheeks with you. Damn, Fire Blast's mad, bro. It's strange, we've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yeah, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsumi.
Ah,
Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and we were dicks to you, and have been repaid with unimmeasurable unkindness, especially these racist-ass people in the jury. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsumi.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes. I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yeah, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. Oh, sorry, that was Susato.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I've arrived in Great Britain now, and I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man. So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I'm sure that'll be a great movie someday. But I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, or for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think.
What a fucking conclusion he made.
One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east,
I have a fucking name, bro.
that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh,
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
yes, my lord.
in concluding this trial, I must ask one last thing for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can show you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare that I'm still racist, but the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be.
Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work?
Well, it's about time. I say, I have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Yo, shout outs to the 9 viewers, appreciate y'all.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
What the fuck? He should not be allowed to speak on the trial.
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsumi, I hereby pronounce you not guilty.
There we go. Yeah. The confetti. I want to see them fireworks. Hey! We finally earned those fireworks, bro. Let's fucking go.
And finally, Mr. Natsumi. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. 'Cause I will fuck you up and announce you guilty in a second. Oh yes, sir, of course.
Your judge looks like Santa, bro. Nice, and it wasn't 6 hours, bro. 3 hours and 49 minutes? It was longer than I thought it'd be, bro. I thought it was gonna be like, oh, maybe like 2 hours, maybe.
On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported 2 tiers.
I forgot I used to do that.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Oh, Locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another Locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with just using my actual name?
Oh, at last. I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsumi is delighted.
Would it be so hard to just say that then?
Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink.
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that. Lovely, loyal, Locum lawyer.
Yeah?
I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings, and from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsumi.
But
I already don't like this guy.
today, you, Locum lawyer, gave my gloom to the boot. You stood firm behind the perennial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold, the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? What is that? What's to become of all my hard work? There you are, my. Oh, is that Herlock?
There you are, my dear fellows.
Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes! What a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here, not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh,
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain? It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
this is Mr. Natsumi, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not?
Damn, he got you there, bro.
Has she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind then. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless, so I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless.
Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty.
But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsumi?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Oh! Oh my god, this is such a bad day for my Streamlabs to be down. Thank you, Lima Fra, for following. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Got 2 followers today. Hey, appreciate y'all. Thank you. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're not found guilty, you're still doomed.
It will be alright, Mr. Natsumi. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you.
Hiya! Why are you throwing me? Damn!
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsumi, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh,
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city as it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to stay at home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
that's very touching, Mr. Natsumi.
Or, perhaps in less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. Fuck Soseki, bro.
That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I think Soseki Natsumi is an actual author, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's another historical figure in this game. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Why would we? Fuck him, bro.
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And, you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you can take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room?
Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for it with the floor, ceiling, and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit.
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about that, if that's alright.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Oh, shit.
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office, his attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsumi. I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsumi. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsumi. It's been a privilege meeting you two. It's a shame that we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yeah, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt that Mr. Natsumi will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Oh, is this the attic space? The attic room. So this is
to be our new office, yes.
our office. I rather like the sign of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh, shit. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsumi arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you.
Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad.
Splendid.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? Kingdom Hearts? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. That's not ominous at all, bro. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. The end. Oh man. Landed in London. Save progress, yep. Episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Oh my god. Well, we're gonna go ahead and end this stream a little bit earlier. Only it was only a 4-hour stream this time. That is very interesting. What he said. I kind of had an idea that, you know, London was kind of corrupt, you know. So I'm guessing the next case, which is the last case of this game, we're gonna kind of like delve into maybe like the corrupt part of London or whatever. Great stream. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I appreciate you guys coming through. This was an earlier stream than usual. I don't think I'll be streaming over the weekend, even though I said that about Friday, bro, and I still streamed. But we'll see. For sure next week I'll be streaming more. And yeah, I really don't have much to say after that. I would say just check out Jay's stream later, bro, I guess. But yeah, I think that's it. I apologize, bro, for Juan is streaming. Yeah, I was looking up his stream right now. So we're gonna go ahead and raid Juan, bro. It's been a minute. He's a really good streamer and a really good dude. We haven't really spoken to him in a minute. His most famous thing ever said, bro, was to derail yourself out the lobby, bro. That shit was hilarious, bro. But anyways, guys, that'll be it for me. This will be up either later tonight or tomorrow morning. If y'all missed any details, you want to go back and watch, it will be up. And yeah, pretty much it. I'll be streaming again soon to finish up this game. And I will see you guys next time. Bye. Peace.